Hello. Uh, Hello, everybody. JR here, back with our long continuing road down the Life is Strange franchise tier list here. In a little bit of a recap, a little bit. We Here we are. We got what was it? Last time we did. Let's see. Last time we knocked out the Forget Me Not uh comic book exclusive characters. So the characters that originate from that little comic mini series. So we knocked out where are they? We knocked out Lily here, which yet again, for some reason, when I put in the pictures that I had to take for the comic books because I couldn't find any good pictures like online of good resolution quality. When I put those pictures into the tier list, for some reason, the tier list puts them in crooked, even though I'm putting them in right side up. So I don't know why the tier list does that. After several attempts, I just gave up. So some of the comic book characters that I had to do myself kind of ended up sideways for whatever reason. Anywho, so so we put Lily here, the main you could pretty much say the main character the of the Forget Me Not comic because of her powers to take away people's memories um, and pretty much take them into herself. So she's the one that takes all these people's memories, and then she puts them. She can put them back into the original person uh, if she's able to. Um, so this is where she wound up, and then we did Lily's mom, where she ended up here. Ooh, excuse me. And then Lily's dad, who ended up all the way down here because he was a piece of shit who uh, instead of trying to help his daughter uh, with her powers and whatnot, pretty much treated her like a freak and stuff, and like something that needs to be like contained or whatnot at pretty much. So yeah, not great, especially with Lily, where she came into her powers at a really young age, like maybe around 5 to 10 years old or something. Maybe she looks really young in the panels. So and they don't really state explicitly like what her age is like in the flashbacks and stuff. So So you kind of have to take guesses based on certain visual cues. But in any case, that's pretty much how that works. So we will. So let's see. Since we got all of this done and out the way, and we got this much left. What we're gonna do is, hmm, since a bunch of these are, with the comics left, let's see. What we're gonna do is finish off the main video game variants of characters, and then we're going to uh, do uh, a gigantic run through uh, of the main comic series with Max and Chloe, and pretty much run through all of that, and then from there, pretty much rank up all of the rest of the characters. So that way, we're not skipping around like the comic book and kind of rehashing like certain like character moments and stuff, because certain characters like share moments between like everybody, so through between several characters, so it kind of makes sense to run through the comic and pretty much just go through all those like big character moments, and most of those character moments are shared between characters. So instead of repeating the same moment over again for each character, we might as well just run through everything, and then from there we pretty much will rank all the rest of the comic book characters up on the list at that point. So with that game plan out the way, uh, hold on, let me grab a little bit of a snack real quick. There you go. Got a little bit of a hard candy. Anyway, what we're going to we'll start out with first. We'll start out with the latest version of Max that we have, and that is double exposure max. So we will run through her real quick because there's not really too much to go into with double exposure max. So so we'll definitely be able to run through her relatively quickly. All right. So let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Where is double exposure? There it is. There we go. Okay, no, I wanted to pause. Okay. Mm, okay, where's the start? There we go. All right. So, right off the bat, right off the bat, uh, we do appreciate the the fact that they brought back that they kept the clothing well, I wouldn't say clothing customization because all you're technically doing is just picking like one outfit. uh so it's not like you can mix and match, which is kind of um a little bit of a disappointment because as you can see here, uh, Max has her outside clothes with her like jacket and all that stuff, and then she also has her inside clothes, like when she doesn't have her jacket and everything. So those things you cannot change. You can't mix and match those. So you can't have like a different like coat style with a different inside clothes style. Even though the game kind of misleads you into thinking you can do that because does it show it here? Do I show it here? That's the yeah. See, is they have you able to switch between her outdoor and indoor clothes, but if you choose the outdoor clothes, one of these, and then you switch to the indoor and choose a different one, it's always gonna default you. It's always gonna default you uh, to the indoor outdoor pair of whichever one you pick. So so it doesn't really matter uh, indoor or outdoor you're choosing, whichever one you choose, it's always gonna default to whatever corresponding pair uh, that it goes with. So that's pretty unfortunate that it does do that, but hey, whatever, I guess. uh, but uh, let's see. Where is? Ooh, okay, here we go. Mm-mm. Let me see. Uh, all right. So, um, so since we're gonna be like I've been doing for a majority of like the more important like main characters, we're just gonna like run through like big moments and stuff throughout the game. It's okay, Bao. It's okay. You're fine. You're fine. We're just I'm just starting to get into the nitty gritty. All you really missed was just like the little recap and preamble. So you didn't miss anything big really. But since we're uh starting with double exposure max, like I've been doing with pretty much the main characters, we'll run through the big moments of the game, and if Max ends up, having like certain moments and character moments with like other characters, then we'll pretty much like uh, touch in on them a little bit, um, and then since we're going uh, pretty much through the game, through the big moments of the game, we're obviously going to be going in a like good point, bad point type of thing, because we're pretty much just going to go through them as they come up. So, we will see. Lucky for them though, we begin in a very uh, good note because the opening, Max's introduction, uh, was very well handled. So let's see if how did I oh, there it is. Well, hopefully they didn't rough you up too badly. Oh, okay. This time the song was not muted. Oh. Oh shit. Ah. But yeah, as you uh, yeah, that's a lot of 5 hours is definitely a lot of driving, Bao. That is a lot of driving. Uh, but yeah, um, so as you can see, the 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 opening was very uh that's funny. Hey, at least at the very least I was able to get you some sleep, huh? uh um as you can see in my tiny little video in the corner here, we um the intro uh that's actually funny that the team you were facing, their coach even was like, even y'all, like even they admit that you should have won the game. That's actually funny. Uh, um, the um, as I said, the reintroduction of Max here was handled extremely well. The build up, the nice music by Tessa Rose Jackson in the background, the little build up of Max uh, with the cutters to break the lock on the door so she can get into the bowling alley was handled really well. Especially the little tease of her walking in, you don't see her face, and then she puts down the cutters, and then that's when her head raises up into frame, and then you see her face. That whole that whole sequence was expertly done. Ooh. I guess that was the I guess that was the turning point for you, for y'all, huh? But but yeah, so mm, yeah, that is definitely some tough luck there. But yeah, so as soon as Max raises her head and we get to see her uh in a game for the first time, uh a full in-game model of Max for the first time in almost 10 years. Uh, as far as a continuation of the original game was definitely speaking personally for me was a very emotional moment because even when this game was announced and that with that first trailer, I immediately knew what it was just by hearing Hannah Tell's voice at the very beginning of the trailer. Like I already knew what it was, and then when they showed Max, it was just like a jumping off the walls moment. And then coming into the game, seeing it, actually playing it from beginning to end, and then this opening moment, as you can see in my little camera in the corner here, I uh it definitely hit. It definitely hit very like emotionally because it was like uh what I would compare it to is like having a say you have like a close friend or something, and then somebody you were really like close to, and then for whatever reason, uh, you don't see them for like a while. Excuse me. Hey, try. Hey, considering the long stream we put in last night, you definitely deserved a nice nap after that, right? But as I was saying, uh, seeing. Oh wow, you had a very good nap then. If you took a nap for 12 hours, that's definitely a really good nap. I remember. I definitely know that feeling. Like usually when I put in like a lot of work, whether I'm like doing stuff around the house, trying to get stuff done around the house, or helping out like like family and friends and something, ooh, it like usually like you know a tough day can drain you, and then you just need that very long hibernation. Dang, Bow, unfortunately, you uh, I'm surprised. A long car ride like that, uh, I guess wasn't enough to get you to sleep as soon as you got home. But as I was saying, um, seeing Grown Up Max was pretty much like, as I said, a really close friend that for whatever reason you don't see for a couple of years and whatnot. Um, well, at least you finally got to sleep at some point, at the very least. At least you got some sleep of some kind. Um, but yeah, you have a very close friend. They for whatever reason you don't see them for like uh maybe about 10 years or something, and then you you guys were relatively young and stuff uh when you uh when you pretty much like lost contact and whatnot. Well, at least you got well, Bow, as I said, at least you got some sleep. I definitely took my little nap myself earlier. but you finally reunite after almost 10 years. You guys were really young when you left, and then now when you reconnect and see them again, you see how much uh how like grown up they got and whatnot, and it's like all that stuff, all your like past time together and whatnot, kind of like hits you like all at once, and you just get like pretty much like really emotional like about it. And that was pretty much me. That's almost pretty much me every time like we get the introduction scene here with the reintroduction scene with Max here, because it's like, bruh, after so long, it's like one of my girls is back. Like after so long, one of it's definitely a it definitely was a moment, and definitely a moment that no matter what no matter what issues I have with double exposure, which we are obviously uh, going to have to address and touch upon as we go through Max's breakdown through this game. I will always give Deck Nine credit and kudos to how effective this opening moment was. As far as I go from an emotional like standpoint, especially for me when I wasn't expecting it to hit like that, like at all. So kudos, kudos to all of that. Um, and then we got so this is also where we get the first. We also get our introduction to Safi and Max and Safi's dynamic, which their chemistry was uh, for the very limited screen time that they were on screen together in normal circumstances. Like when you're just chilling and you're like just vibing and talking and stuff between Max and Safi, like there isn't really a lot of that. Cause mostly when you're talking with when you get the chance to like talk with Safi, especially during the second half of the game, it's all pretty much exposition stuff. That's all it pretty much is. Like it's all like exposition, plot relevant things, like moving the plot along. Like it's not really uh about time like character dynamics really. It's just very exposition heavy. Um but in any case, we do spend some nice time in the abandoned bowling alley here, because Max likes to take thematic pictures of like abandoned places and stuff and make like photographic like art pieces and stuff out of those photos, and that's pretty much why you're here. Max is trying to look for like the perfect thing to get a really like inspired like photo out of. So hence why we're walking around this abandoned area. Plus, this is also kind of also acts kind of like a tutorial level because it's teaching you, as you see on the screen, the new like photo mechanic where you actually have uh, pretty much like full control of the of Max's camera as she's like found something to take a picture of, and then you could like uh, kind of customize the photo a little bit. Like it's not like it's an actual photo mode or something, but it's like it's a little bit of something. It's pretty much like expanding on the original game's photo collectibles that Max can do in the original game, where you could take collectible photos of like different stuff in the original 5 episodes. That's pretty much what's going on here with Max's little photo thing here, where you're trying to focus in, do some shots and all that stuff with the photos. It's pretty much that. Um, but yeah, that's some of that stuff is kind of collectible related. Like there's like hidden like photos that you could take of certain things, and you get like a little trophy or achievement if you can find all that like hidden stuff and things. And then some of that stuff is just blatantly story related, where you do have to take certain photos to actually progress the story along. Like for instance, with this opening thing, you have to find the main specific thing that Max wants for her next art piece. So once you take a photo of that, then you're pretty much moving on to the next section. But yeah, you pretty much figure out the control, like whatever new controls and stuff that you're doing, that you kind of can do. But then again, in this type of game, like what controls are you really going to be able to change mostly? Because most of the time you're walking around and you're like clicking on things, so it's not like the gameplay is like super heavy. Um, oh, and they brought over, as you can see, they also brought over the in-game dialogue moments, which Life is Strange 2 started doing, and then True Colors kind of had it. The only instance in True Colors that I remember that they had this dynamic like in-game dialogue choice moment was the foosball game. The foosball games that you play against Steph, where Steph and Alex are talking to each other, and Steph is trying to distract you by asking you questions that you have to like quickly like answer and stuff while you're trying to play foosball at the same time. So that's the only instance where I remember True Colors really did that. Also in the Wavelengths DLC, uh, with Steph's foosball games that she plays against Gabe, where you can do that there too. So only really during the foosball game stuff that True Colors really did that. But it is nice that they did brought that back to actual like uh main game like exploration uh uh how do you say exploration like uh talking segments. So I forget how many times they actually do this, but I don't believe Double Exposure also did this a lot. I do remember Life is Strange 2 did it way more. Because it's definitely one of those things that when I go back and play like True Colors or Double Exposure, I kind of forget that this is even in the game because they don't really use it a lot. So you tend to kind of forget that it's even a thing in the game. But in any case, I spent a lot of time exploring this bowling alley, obviously, because with any Life is Strange game, most of the fun that excuse me, that is to be had is pretty much like walking around, running around, exploring around, uh, trying to see what you can discover, what like little hidden things that you may or may not be able to do. Like for instance, as you saw some of the extra photos that I'm finding. Also, where was it? This thing, interacting with this, having the little dialogue with Safi here, and then you get the opportunity to like take one of the little plushies. Does it really serve a purpose in the actual main part of the game? Not really, but it's like, hey, you get a little collectible that you can use in your house because you can find the little plushy thing in your house later. So not really much of a real big purpose for it, but it's like, hey, at least it's there. But in any case, we find the big inspiration that Max wants, which is taking a picture of this little pretty cool like solar system thing that's hanging above the bowling alley here. Um, which which she which like since Max is a photographer, she has to be the very picky photographer of being like, okay, I know this is what I want, but now I need to get a really good angle. Now I need to get the angle I want. And it turns out that the angle is the little penthouse area up here where you can observe the whole bowling alley area. So she wants to get up here so she can take a picture of the little solar system thing up here. So now we got to figure out how to get up there, uh, which is pretty much hopping over this shoe shelf, which also knocks it over, and Safi has to find another place for us to get down. Ooh, and then we have one of those in-game dialogue options. At this point, going through the game, I'm probably gonna end up like having a counter of like how many times does that really happen? Excuse me. But in any case, we take the picture, and then Safi gets us a ladder that we could get down, and then this pretty much closes the opening section with the bowling alley. So we pretty much finished that. The solar system thing ends up falling, which kind of makes sense because it's like, yo, this place is abandoned. It's like rusting. How many? Like, obviously, no one's doing maintenance on anything, so things are probably gonna like fall apart. And luckily, Safi was there to pull Max out of the way and make sure they both don't get squished by that. But in any case, after a near death experience, they're like, okay, I think that deserves a drink. So now they're going to go to their favorite bar, which we find out is named the Snapping Turtle. But also, we get the first of many audio flashback sequences to the original game with Max and Chloe. So all the the audio flashback sequences throughout the game are all from conversations between Max and Chloe. So, and a bit of reference, again, up front, is these flashback lines were re recorded. So, Hanatel re recorded all of Max's dialogue from the first game again. And Chloe's dialogue was also re recorded, but it wasn't by original Chloe Ashley Birch. It was by Before the Storm Chloe Rihanna DeVries. So they brought Rihanna back to voice Chloe in these audio flashback sequences. But which is also weird because Rihanna is re-recording dialogue that Ashley did for the original game. So hearing Rihanna saying Chloe lines from the original game is pretty weird. Like it still is pretty weird, like even now. So there is that. I will say Rihanna did do a good job. Hey, good night, Bao. Hopefully you get some good sleep. All right. But as I was saying, Rihanna does a very good job of trying to sound closer to Ashley Birch's version of Chloe from the original game. Obviously, you're talking about Josephine. Oh boy. he will he will not drop that. They just keep it going. But but yeah, Rihanna does a really good job of of trying to uh sound like Ashley Birch from the original game. But the main reason, um, besides any speculation on like why Square Enix or whatnot either doesn't want to bring Ashley Birch back or can't bring Ashley Birch back or whatnot to play Chloe or whatnot, aside from all that, because we don't know 100% one way or the other as to what the situation is between those two, because Ashley hasn't said anything, and Square Enix hasn't really said anything either. And I mean, like, officially, like, publicly, both parties haven't really said anything one way or the other regarding that. So I'm not gonna speculate really uh, one way or the other on that one. But as far as this game goes, towards the end of the game, there is new Chloe dialogue that is in the game, and that's the main reason why Rihanna came in to re-record all the Chloe dialogue, because it would be weird. It would be even weirder if you heard like Ashley Birch during all the flashback dialogue, and then at the very end of the game, you hear some lines from Rihanna, and then it's like, what? So, so to keep the game consistent, they just had Rihanna record all of Chloe's dialogue in the game. So, which is a fair thing to do, which is fair. Like, I totally get doing that for consistency's sake. But in any case, here's the first audio flashback moment.
My powers might not last. That's okay. We will. Chloe! Matt. Matt. You dead?
Which which is also funny considering this scene that's coming that we're gonna skip a little bit ahead to the main part of this conversation between Safi and Max. But it's kind of funny that they use the audio of that of their line of Chloe saying pretty much that us together, Max and Chloe together, uh, will last forever. It's a very ironic point that you're using that line for what's about to come up. But in any case, after Max like daydreams a little bit, uh, and then we also get a little introduction to Amanda, uh, which is also pretty funny how Safi also tries to be matchmaker between Amanda and Max over here. Plus, Safi's expressions are pretty hilarious, especially especially considering Safi can clearly tell that Max has no game. Like Max has like no pickup lines, no nothing. Like she's not. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Safi just being like, she's hitting, she's flirting with you, right? And then Max's immediate response of like, what? Max totally being oblivious to the whole situation. Um, which which you can easily, which to be fair, both of these dialogue choices, as far as the flirting, Max's flirting skills go, this is either an admission of yes, I know uh my my game sucks ass, or that you're pretty much gonna try the fake it till you make it route. Because even this option, because I picked this option, and if you can tell by the by some of the dialogue here, uh, Max still isn't it still isn't really uh selling Max's pickup skills. But this does lead to the main point of this conversation, which is a very big one and a very divisive one.
Is this about the blue-haired girl whose picture you keep in your wallet? Wait, you snooped in my wallet? Stop deflecting. The girl with the blue hair. What's the deal with you two?
Here we go.
Okay. So this is the picking your choice, picking your choices, your main choices from the original game. Because what this is, because this first choice is pretty much choosing what was your relationship with Chloe in the original game. So your first choice is either sticking with the being best friends path, or that you actually pursued a relationship with Chloe. Obviously, for me, I always go with the obvious choice.
Sophie's fucking reactions is so.
And as I also said in the video there, Safi's reactions while she's waiting for you to answer is funny. It's genuinely funny, especially her whole putting her head on her hands and doing the little like stereotypical like girl, come on, spill the tea, I'm waiting, come on, I want to know type of thing is really 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 fun. Ooh. But oh, so
Stupid. uh, the problem.
but obviously we go with
We were kinda
we go with the relationship path clearly.
okay.
By the way, Max
That
looks
turned into this option?
extremely.
It was a little
Looks really
complicated.
gorgeous how they
Can we change
aged
the
her
subject?
up and
No, come
how
on.
she
You
looks
never talk about
in this
yourself.
game.
Would
She
it
looks
kill you
really
to
good.
open up the teeny tiniest bit?
So kudos to the design team and everything. Here we go.
And if this screen, if there was any, if you want one screenshot, one screenshot that immediately split an entire fan base right down the middle, this is that screenshot. Because when this screenshot leaked and got out, uh, aside from the fact that a majority of the game itself got leaked like months and stuff before, I believe before the first trailer even got formally announced. It was already divisive with a lot of people really concerned with what was in those leaks. And then once the game was formally announced, everyone saw the trailer, and then in the I think it was like a week or two before the 2 week the 2 week 2 chapter early access period was about to start, this screenshot came out. This screenshot was all over, was making waves all over the community, and literally caused a lot of, I guess you could say figuratively, a lot of rioting. Like a lot of fans were not happy. Like this choice is a given. Like this isn't the choice that really pissed off people, because people were already expecting, like, okay, at some point we're gonna get the choice of whether Chloe's alive or she's dead. That was already a given. Life is Strange 2 did that from the very beginning of the game, where it asked you what was your final choice from the original Life is Strange. And then the Wavelengths DLC with Steph also asked you what was your final choice for the end of the original game also. This game didn't do that from when you start the game. Like before the game officially starts, you just make your choice selections before the game starts. This game chose to weave those choices into the actual like main story and narrative of the game, which I commend them for. Like they wanted to make it more of a immersive choice and make it like flow in and not feel like you're filling out like a checklist before you start the game. Like I do get that, because Mass Effect does that. Well, Mass Effect doesn't do it in the traditional sense. Mass Effect does it in the background where excuse me, where the game already, if you carry over your save data from Mass Effect like 1 and 2 into like 3 or 1 into 2 and stuff like that, the game already reads your choices when you're loading up a new run from the beginning. And the only thing it really does is before you start, it shows you a majority of the choices that you made already, and those choices that are going to carry over into the next game. Like, it doesn't have you check off like everything kind of all over again, but it does like show you a little list of like these are the main choices that are gonna carry over, and that's how that's gonna go. But yeah, Deck 9 wanted to do something a little different. I commend them for that. It was this choice is the part that pissed off a majority of the fans. because this game was heavily marketed with developer interviews and everything from high and low, that this game was going to respect both choices from the original game. So they were going to respect the Chloe's alive choices and the Chloe is dead choices. They were going to respect both of those. Which the respecting she's dead part, that's the easy part. That's the easy part that you can do. The her being alive part was the part that a lot of people were very wary and curious on how that was handled. And this is what they came up with. Was pretty much if you picked the you and Chloe were just friends, then you and Chloe just pretty much stopped being friends for whatever reason, and that's pretty much it. And which is also stupid, because whether you're in a relationship with Chloe or not, the whole big theme of the original game is no matter what, Max and Chloe stick together. And if you chose the relationship route, this is what you get. And you two just break your relationship just pretty much like broke up. And mind you, all this stuff happens off screen. Like the only way you find out about like the breakup or them stop being friends is just through certain text messages that you get, like old text messages that you could read through, some old journal entries that you could read through. If you're broken up, you get to read a breakup letter that Chloe sent you, and it's not handled very well. And mind you, this is the Chloe lives choice. So in the Chloe's alive choice, you either stop being friends or you break up. Those are your two choices. Obviously, it only says break up here because I chose the relationship choice. So that's why it says broken up. If you were just friends, then the text box would say, I believe it says like you guys drifted apart or something. Like I believe that's what the text reads in that case. But yeah, it's to say their decision of how they handled Chloe and Max's relationship didn't go over well is an understatement. And to be frank, obviously, if you could tell by this shirt that I'm wearing, this is pretty much what side of the fence do I sit on as far as the Chloe situation goes. I think it's pretty obvious what side I'm on. As far as the side that I'm on of what did I choose at the end of the original game, as far as that goes. But to be clear, I condemn any so-called fans, because to be fair, they're not really fans if they're doing these things, that went and harassed like Deck9 themselves, developers, like anybody who worked at Deck9, who worked on Double Exposure, with like death threats and things like that over the whole Chloe situation. Like it's one thing to disagree with creative choices that are made. It's an entirely different thing to take that disagreement and turn it into like active threatening actions. And anyone who participated and did any of that stuff, none of those people are actual fans, are like real fans of anything, because you don't do that. There's a very constructive way and respectful way to get your point across of anything that you disagree with, and resorting to like death threats and things like that, and aggressive like harassment and things like that is not how you handle it at all. So, especially when it gets so aggressive to the point where the original creators of Life is Strange, from Dontnod, Michelle, Luke, when they, who have not had any involvement of any kind in Life is Strange since the end of Life is Strange 2, when they had to come out and actively defend, the original developers had to come out and actively defend all the Deck9 people that were getting harassed and death threats and everything over everything. And keep in mind, Dontnod, Michelle, and all those people, they had nothing to do with Life is Strange since Life is Strange 2. They were working on their own game that was going to come out a couple of months after Double Exposure came out. So they were busy doing their own game, but they had to take time out of their busy schedule to try to quell the fan base from all the harassment and death threats that all the Deck9 developers were getting off of this game. And I fully respect all the Dontnod people immensely for taking the time to do that, because to be honest, they had no reason to do it. They didn't have to do that. But the fact that they did gives definitely gives them so much more respect as far as I go, that they did that for them when they absolutely didn't have to, which goes to show how much, for anyone that wants to for anyone that wants to argue with the Don't Nod games versus the Deck Nine games, Don't Nod's actions during this very troubling and disturbing period in the fan base goes to show that there is no, as far as publicly goes, there is no hard feelings between Don't Nod's leaving of the Life is Strange franchise and Deck Nine's taking over, being given the ability to take over the Life is Strange franchise as far as games go. So for anyone that wants to like play the game of, oh, Don't Nod hates everything that all the Life is Strange stuff that they didn't do. They hate this, they hate that they didn't do, they hate this and that. It's like, that's a moot point. Their actions of defending Deck Nine and their developers through all the backlash from this game definitely proves the exact opposite, that there is no hard feelings on their end, and they're pretty much cool with how they left things and what they're currently doing now. Not to say that they don't have their own constructive criticisms on how Max and Chloe were handled, because Don't Nod themselves, their developers, the original creators and stuff, they were asked respectfully by actual fans. They were actually asked, what do they think of this and that from Double Exposure, and they have given like honest, creative feedback and stuff on how things went and things like that. So it's a very touchy subject. Because before Double Exposure, Life is Strange 2 was the most divisive Life is Strange game in the fan base. But as soon as Double Exposure comes along, apparently Double Exposure went up to Life is Strange 2 and was like, hold my beer, I got something for you. But yeah, my main takeaway my main takeaway of the whole Chloe situation from me is, it was handled very poorly. They really needed to take a lot more thought into if they were going to go down that route. They really needed to take a lot of time to figure out how to execute uh, the writing as far as that goes. And right off the bat, doing that all off screen was already a really bad decision. Doing that all off screen and just in words in a text, just through text, was a very poor decision. If you were gonna do it off screen, there needed to be a moment in the game. They really needed to be a moment in the game to sell it of a flashback, particularly to the moment that would trigger the breakup situation to begin with. Like at the very least, you needed to have something like that. So it is very fair that people who chose to have Chloe live to be very pissed off and feel betrayed, because like I said, they marketed the game very heavily in that they were going to respect both endings. And to be frank, it's very obvious one of those endings was way more respected than the other ending. And that's not just me saying it. The evidence is in the game itself. And to be fair, what Deck 9 should have done is to avoid a lot of the backlash that they got. What they should have done right out the gate is say, this is the ending we're going with, and this is where we're starting from this ending. They should have committed to one ending and go from there. Trying to please both endings, trying to please both at the same time, and come up with one big story that could fit both endings, you pretty much set yourself up for failure already. Because trying to do that was already going to be a near impossible accomplishment to do. Especially within the time frame that Square Enix was going to give them to get this game out the door. Because the only way something like that was going to realistically work was if this game got probably almost twice as long development time. That was the only way that was going to work. Because you definitely Deck 9 definitely, their ambition definitely bit them in the ass because their ambition and the time constraints that they were under clearly did not line up. And there was no way they were going to get all that done in a very in an effective way in that time. There was no way that was going to work. So they really should have committed to one ending or the other. Like, yes, you were gonna piss people off regardless, but I believe the backlash would have most likely been a lot less if you at the very least committed to one ending or the other and effectively tell your story based on that ending instead of trying to do both and having a story that can be very all over the place because it's struggling to figure out what ending that it's trying to be consistent with. So in any case, obviously, we go with the breakup ending. We go with the breakup because there's no other way Chloe's going to be alive. So if we have to go with the breakup ending to keep her alive, then we're going to begrudgingly go with that. And then when you, I guess it happens later, because if Chloe's alive, then you do get some text messages, and some some royalty-free Instagram messages from Chloe that sporadically come up throughout the game. So that's pretty much all you get. You get nothing else. And no, there is no moment in the game where you can actually text message Chloe or anything. Even though there is a response function for text messages that Max can do throughout the game. But there is none for Chloe specifically. There's a bunch of other people you could do it with, but Chloe, no. Not even at the very end of the game. You get nothing. Unfortunately. Even though there were plenty of opportunities where you could have text messaged her, where you could have put it in, but they didn't. So it's not like they didn't have the opportunities to put it in. They just didn't take it, unfortunately.
So even though the breakup thing is not necessarily
We were together
what
Yeah, because the thing with Max saying that they were together for a long time is very vague because unfortunately, this game has a very, very bad job of having a coherent timeline of events that take place. Because none of your text messages and none of your journal entries have full dates or times on them. So it's very hard to figure out when certain text messages were sent, when certain events and stuff happened. So it's very hard to figure that out because there's no timestamps of any kind. So it's like, how am I supposed to find out anything? How am I supposed to know how long Max and Chloe were breaking up for? How am I supposed to know exactly how long they were together? How am I supposed to know any of this to try to make an attempt to buy into what they're trying to sell me? Because they're trying to sell me on this breakup angle. But unfortunately, you're not doing enough of the work to make me believe in it. And that's a big problem.
I was too hung up on the past. That's all you're getting. For now. Forever.
And considering
and to be fair, for people that for the fans that obviously don't agree with the whole Max and Chloe breakup thing, because this is a trend with Safi, is anytime Safi is referencing Chloe, she always says the blue-haired girl, which is funny, but in a meta sense, a lot of fans kind of took it as Deck Nine refusing to call Chloe by name. So a lot of fans kind of use it as a meme now, where Chloe would be referred to as, oh, that blue-haired girl. So fans would kind of like meme the whole blue-haired girl thing. Which to be fair, in the universe, within the game itself, it makes sense that Safi would always call Chloe the blue-haired girl, because Max never calls Chloe by name to Safi. So Safi legitimately does not even know Chloe's name. So obviously, within the context of the game itself, of course Safi is gonna call her the blue-haired girl, because Max never told her what the girl's name is. So for me that makes sense, but it's kind of funny that the fan base turned it into a meme. That's actually pretty funny. But in any case, since Chloe is either dead or we broke up, this leads us to the beginning of starting a potential romance with Amanda, because um, in the scene earlier where she was bringing Max and Safi their drinks, it was pretty obvious that Amanda is very smitten with Max. So Safi actually obviously like can tell. So she's playing matchmaker. So she's pretty much encouraging Max to like, hey, talk to her, like do something. Um, and to actually to be uh to be frank, you do not have to start a relationship with her. You can actually go down the friends route with her and still have some pretty fun interactions and stuff anyway. So there's nothing forcing you in the game to be in a relationship with anybody in the game, pretty much. Which is obviously, which for me is probably another reason why they went with the whole Chloe and Max being broken up thing, because they wanted Max to have two new love interests in the game anyway. So it was like, okay, it would be kind of awkward if they're still in a relationship and Max is just actively cheating on Chloe with two other people. So, which yet again, if you wanted to do that, you should have just went with, you should have just committed to the Chloe being dead ending. And then you have these funny. Did they show it earlier? Oh no, we didn't. We didn't go to it yet. You do have the Victoria cameos with her little Instagram post and Instagram thread with uh, with Chloe commenting on her Instagram post. So Victoria and Chloe are at the very least like friendly with each other. If you read the posts and stuff that they text each other back and forth. So, which yet again is something that Deck Nine took from the comic books. It's not an original idea that Deck Nine got, which is another fair criticism that Double Exposure does have, and that is a lot of the things that Double Exposure does in this game is very much taken from the comic books. Which, if you're just playing the Life is Strange games, isn't really that big of a deal. But if you've read the comic books, because the comic books finished up before this game was even announced. So while the comics were finishing up and being an ending, this game was still being developed. So yeah, it was a very noticeable thing. Because if you've read the comic books, and you go into double exposure, it's pretty hard not to notice all of the similarities between the two, especially when it comes to certain plot points. So, yeah. let's just say they are similar enough, but not to a blatant plagiarism perspective, which is ironic considering the main story of this game. But they were similar enough that they had to give Emma Vicelli, the writer of the comics, and Claudia Leonardi, the artist, the main artist of the comics. They had to give them credit. They had to give them some story credit because of how close they got to plot points from the comic books. So that kind of can tell you all you need to know about where the story, about certain turns the story goes. And then you got me reading through Chloe's text messages and stuff. Which yet again, I do love that Chloe's Instagram, that her Instagram profile picture is the bone hand horns for, like, like punk rock and roll stuff. Like, I do love that. And I even more love that the personal text message icon for Chloe is the blue butterfly. Like, that is a nice touch. So at the very least, at least the art team, someone on the art team knew what they were doing on that end. Because obviously we were not gonna get a Chloe like selfie picture. We were not gonna get that. Because clearly Deck 9 did not have the time and resources to make a full Chloe model, sadly. Even though there is certain opportunities that if they did have a full Chloe model where they could have used it, if they did have one. But then again, that's what PC mods are for. Because fans on PC have already done Chloe models and have modded them into double exposure. um, which which actually pretty much uh, when I say this, Triune is probably gonna feel a certain way about what I'm about to say, but the Chloe mod on PC pretty much replaces Amanda in the game. So pretty much the modders take Amanda out of the game. So pretty much the modders take Amanda out of the game and replace Amanda with Chloe in the game. So that's actually pretty pretty creative on how they even were able to do that. Because I don't have double exposure on PC because I'm not a big PC gaming person. So I haven't like tried it out myself or anything. But I've seen like screenshots and some footage of the mod. You could most likely like find it on you could probably find it on YouTube if you like search around enough. You could probably find some videos of the Chloe mod for double exposure. I don't know what they did. I don't know what they did with Chloe's voice, because if it's just like a skin mod, then technically that would still be Amanda's voice coming out of a Chloe model, so that would be really weird. So I don't know what they would do with her voice. Knowing this day and age, unfortunately, they probably would have just had like an AI Chloe voice probably for the whole game, which would be very weird also. So I don't know. And then again too, like how would you handle Max's lines? Because you would have to change up a bunch of Max's dialogue to even fit with having Chloe in the game too. So how the hell would that even work? But yeah, so I have no clue. But hey, if you could find it and watch it, maybe you could give me your opinion on how they handled it or whatnot. But for me, I have no clue. I just know it exists and it's out there. Because I've seen a lot of, at the very least, like screenshots and stuff. Haven't seen any video, so yeah. If you have seen any of that stuff, let me know. It's and I didn't forget about you. Cause like you said, for you, no one can replace Amanda. Cause I do know how much you really liked Amanda in Double Exposure. So I do know that having a mod like that would be a very give and take situation for you. And you also say that you don't play mods, but I have when I've played a little bit of like computer games, so uh I have fiddled around with some modding for with some mods for some games. But as I said, depending on like what the game is, what the mod is, you kind of have to do some like fiddling around sometimes to get some of this stuff to work properly. So it's one of those things that's like really cool, but I don't really I don't really do it myself because it's a lot to it it can be a lot to figure out. So I rather not deal with it at that point. But kudos to the creativity and whatnot to everybody that is able to make mods and stuff like that. Because I do know that to do that type of stuff uh, effectively can be very time consuming and take a lot of work. So big ups to anyone who does that type of stuff. But in any case, we do all this stuff to try to gain some points with Amanda because they're trying to get some pickup lines for Amanda and some stuff to talk about. So you know what? Let's let's play this let's play this out a little bit because this little interaction is actually pretty sweet. So
Thanks, you.
let's see.
Tell your bladder it's my pleasure. Oh, and I saw you fix the paintings. I'm gonna have to put you on payroll. Yeah? And pretty amazing. So hey, you were gonna say something before all that.
Okay. Um. Okay, we could go with the simpler options real quick before we get to the pickup lines.
Handlebar cider. That's the max-ist thing on tap. Howdy, it's my job to know the regulars. I am the all-seeing eye of Lakeport, Vermont. You're starting to sound like one of those Abraxas guys. That dork-ass rich kid secret society? Bite your tongue. Those photos on the wall over there. Is that your family? Yep. All 6 of us, my poor mother. I love those goobers. Plus, I'm the oldest, so they have to do what I say. So, you're a Misery Cult fan? For sure. So cool that you know them.
No.
No, sorry. I actually had never heard of them until I read your rec on the whiteboard. Oh, right. You're not a Lakeport local, duh.
See, honesty with Amanda actually goes a long way with
Misery
her.
Cult were the first band out of Lakeport to make it big. They kind of founded the Lakeport music scene. What does make it big mean in this context? I mean, they got college radio airplay as far away as New Hampshire. So yeah, pretty big. I gotta know what the deal is with the pickup lines. My buddy Henry and I were co-headlining a comedy night. Holy shit, you do comedy? And this is the first I'm hearing about it? Sorry. Listening quietly.
Now that they brought it up, now that it was brought up in the conversation here, real quick, it's also a very missed opportunity that you give Amanda the backstory of being a stand-up comedian, and you do not have one single scene in the entire game of Amanda doing a stand-up routine. That is a very big missed opportunity there.
Please proceed. So the whole drive up, he's telling me the grossest pickup lines he can think of, trying to get me to squirm. Dumb bro shit. Anyway, it turned into a competition, which I won. Nobody knows grosser pickup lines than a small town lesbian. And the competition turned into the chalkboard? So, give it a shot. What's the best pickup line you've got?
Okay. So to get on the board, you need to use the pickup line that Safi gave you, which is the campfire one. So we'll go with that one.
Are you campfire? Cause you're smoking hot, and I want some more. Cringe. Goofy as hell. Perfect. You're on the board, Max. Yes.
Okay, so now we said all that, so now we can actually
I was thinking
proceed.
that we should totally do something in Lakeport sometime. You could show off the local music scene. Oh, hell yeah. There's this band, Revenge Horse, that I've been meaning to check out. Based on that name alone, I'm 100% in. So, I like to make sure that boundaries get set early. So, zero pressure, either way. But, is this a date thing, or is this a friend thing?
Okay, so we're keeping.
So for my playthrough here, we pretty much went. We don't romance. In my playthrough that I recorded here, we went with romancing absolutely nobody. We romanced nobody. We didn't go with Amanda. We don't go with. We definitely don't go with Vin. So, which we haven't met Vin yet. So, and now we meet Moses, because this is kind of like the main like trio of friends. This is pretty much Max's main two friends that she has in this game is Safi and Moses. And as always, wait, what? What's that? Try A B C. Oh, okay. I thought you were. I thought you were. I thought you were putting. I thought you were putting like a. As you put it sometimes, I thought you were putting out another Alphabet Mafia thing. Oh, okay. No worries, no worries. But back to this. Now we have a little party, a little private celebration that that I'm always putting out Alphabet Mafia vibes. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. As long as long as everything's respectfully done, what there's nothing wrong with that, right? Uh, but in any case, Safi has like big news that she has to tell Max and Moses, and she has like the wine and stuff to celebrate and things like that. So they go up to the observatory here to see, uh, to also look at the meteor shower. Exactly, respectfully, of course. But they're looking out at the meteor shower while they're drinking, while they're about to drink some wine. Which Safi hasn't told them what exactly they're celebrating. Uh, which turns out to be a that she's potentially getting a book deal for her poetry, because that's what Safi's artistic hobby is writing poetry. Because if you remember, every main character in the Life is Strange game pretty much always has some sort of artistic hobby that they have. Like for Max, it's always taking photos. So photography is always her thing. For Chloe in Before the Storm, it was tagging things, like making graffiti stuff, whether it's writing graffiti or drawing like graffiti artwork around. For Sean, it was drawing. So Sean's like artistic thing was always drawing. For Alex, it was music. Like she liked playing guitar and stuff. So that was her like artistic thing. Um, and then uh, for for Chris in the Captain Spirit thing, it was his like creativity with like his imagination and stuff, where he would like play pretend and then dress up and make like Captain Spirit costumes and stuff for himself. So he had a pretty like multifaceted like artistic side. So that was pretty cool. And then Steph had her DJing, so she had like her DJ stuff, her uh, her drumming stuff, and her D&D stuff. So yet again, Steph was pretty multi talented with her like artistic capabilities. So there's that. So obviously we keep the trend going with Safi with her poetry, because even though you don't play as her, she is uh, pretty much the other main character of the game, because she's pretty much the Chloe stand-in for this game. Excuse me. For this game in a couple of ways. So Also here we do get another audio flashback moment here that we could get. Which I think I do after I get the bottle cap from Moses. Right? Right? Come on, I have to go to the telescope. Oh, that's a nice picture looking at the shooting stars for the meteor shower. Oh, see? There's a prime example of Max being able to text people. Because here we have Max texting Reggie, texting Amanda. See, look, you could text Amanda right back. See? And then they all text back in real time. Yet again, it will always bug me that none of this stuff is time stamped in any way. So really trying to figure out the passage of time in this game is pretty fucked. So I'm pretty sure some people with probably enough time and determination can probably figure it out, but I myself do not have the patience, or more importantly, unfortunately, I do not care enough to want to do any of that. So where's the... Oh, there it is. I was like, when the fuck am I going to look at the telescope? It's been a while since I played through this that I forget the order of events sometimes that I played through some of this stuff. But in any case, here's another audio flashback moment.
Me and Chloe used to daydream about the adventures we'd have under skies like this. I love that you're my partner in crime. As long as you're my partner in time. After everything that happened in Arcadia Bay, I'm lucky I haven't been as happy.
Jesus Christ, man.
Sorry, but I'm not very this was the this playthrough that I recorded was the second. Yeah, this was the second time that I played through Double Exposure. So obviously I played through it for the first time off camera, and then this was only the second time that I played through it on camera. So it's also very obvious by at this point my tone of voice when I when some of these audio flashbacks moment happen, where I am pretty noticeably annoyed. So yeah, I do not uh I do take pride in the fact that I don't hide my feelings. I pretty I pretty much oh, excuse me. I pretty much wear my feelings on my sleeve. I wear them on my sleeve. I do not take the time to like hide my feelings or how I feel about something. Yeah, I like I if I'm like I excuse me. If it's a certain situation as far as a game goes where I have to do my best to try to keep my emotions in check because I don't want to spoil like a potential like story thing or whatnot that's going to happen. Like that would be one thing. But obviously in this case, we pretty much already ripped off the band-aid as far as the whole Chloe thing was concerned. So I didn't really feel like it was very necessary to really hide my feelings every time the Chloe thing gets brought up within the game because there was nothing else to really spoil about the whole Chloe thing anyway. So I didn't really feel like I really needed to hold back so much because it's like there's nothing to really spoil about her at this point. So I do love the little shooting star though that goes by, which is ironic that the shooting star goes by the telescope when you're during the Chloe reflection moment there. I'm pretty sure that stuff like that was not a coincidence. I'm pretty sure there was some subtle uh subtle little moments like that they did take excuse me some of the time to put in, but obviously some of that stuff is usually in the first half because at the beginning of a project you obviously have a little bit more time to work with, but as the project goes on you're going to get less and less time. So unfortunately, you're gonna have less time to actually try to put in a lot of those a lot of those meaningful, like little subtle moments and stuff. Unfortunately. But in any case, we get Safi uh, to pretty much say what they were celebrating because she kept wanting to keep it secret. And like I said, it's the whole book deal for the poetry. And she has to take a phone call. So she has to take a phone call and leave. In the meantime, we have a nice little conversation with Moses. And Moses is best boy. So as far as double exposure goes, Moses is best boy. Okay? There is no competition on the male side of double exposure for best boy. Okay? I will not take any other suggestions on that. It's Moses or nothing. That's pretty much what you get there. Exactly, Try. Exactly. Mo number one. Hey, as far Try. As far as this game goes, Moses is, as far as this game goes, Moses doesn't play for the Max side of the fence. So unfortunately, Max can't even smash even if she wanted to. Because you say Mo equals smash, and then everyone else equals pass, except for Amanda. Well, well, try. Even if I wasn't doing a smashless run, canonically Moses is gay, so Max doesn't even have a chance with him, even if she wanted to. And to that same point, Diamond doesn't even have a chance with Moses as much as she wants to. And she really wants to, unfortunately. Oh dear Lord, Try. Come on. So trans Max win. Okay. See, now that will be taking things a little too far, especially when you haven't especially when you haven't set that up in any way. And look at that. As usual, Try, you came up with a title for the game already. Life is Strange Double Exposure 2. Max's Transition. Oh, Lord. But on that note, as we take a picture of the meteor shower that's going on, we get our first hint of the main plot of the game that's about to happen.
the breakup and stuff off screen.
Oh, yeah, see? Right here. See, you get your little hint there. That the main plot is about to kick in and something's gonna happen. Excuse me. Because Max only gets her headaches when something weird is going on or is about to happen. And what did you say, Try? Hey, we have Gwen. Trans rights. At least there's some representation. Hey, to that point, technically, like we've gone over on the list so far, Gwen was not the first trans character. As far as the video games go, yes, Gwen is the first video game Life is Strange trans character. As far as a featured character, because technically, Izzy, technically Steph's former girlfriend, Izzy, is technically the first video game Life is Strange trans character. Because she is a trans woman also. Even though we only got the voice line of Izzy in True Colors. And then we also got in the comic books, in the main Max and Chloe comic book, one of the members of the High Seas, Dex, he's a trans man. So, and those comics came out in like 2018. So technically, Dex is the first Life is Strange trans character. But unfortunately for him, he doesn't have a lot of meaningful time in the comic book, so he doesn't really amount to anything really. And as far as Izzy goes, besides the True Colors, audio flashback of Izzy and Steph. We also have the Steph Story novel, which that whole novel is pretty much chronicling the entire relationship between Steph and Izzy from when they meet, the events leading up to when they actually commit to being in a relationship with each other, what it was like being in a relationship with each other, and then the events that do eventually lead to them breaking up and stuff towards the end of the novel. So we do get a lot more of Izzy in the novel. So yeah. So Gwen is still Gwen still does have her place. As for me though, I do prefer Izzy so far. But then again, also with Izzy, there is a little bit of a bias coming from me, considering it's because of her relationship with Steph. And since Steph, uh, if you've been keeping track of the tier list so far, since Steph is clearly one of my favorite characters, obviously Izzy is gonna get some of my love and affection just because of the association already. But it does help massively though that Izzy herself as a character was expanded on uh, very well by Rosie Thor, who wrote the Steph Story novel. So so Izzy already had a little bit of an advantage because of her association with Steph. But the added benefit of that novel being as well written as it was, and making Izzy a actual like full rounded character was really was definitely gave Izzy more of a leg to stand on her own, instead of just being a character that you might like just because of their association with another character that you like. So, hey, Triune. We haven't gotten to Chloe yet, so there's definitely a lot more room going on there. But hey, hey, just because I have these four plushies here of Max, Chloe, Rachel, and Alex here. The only reason that Steph isn't here is because they haven't made a Steph plushie yet. The moment they make a Steph plushie and put that plushie available for pre-order, she's immediately joining the rest of them. That is 100% a promise. Especially since uh uh especially since I don't know if you know this, but these plushies, let me switch real quick. Hold on. Oh, nope. Stop freaking out. What are you doing? Okay, there you go. Okay. Uh, if you know, because if you notice, these plushies, their hands, their little hands, because their little hands here, their little hands have magnets in them, so that way the plushies can magnetize to each other and like hold their so that way it's like they're holding hands with each other. And the Max, Chloe, and Rachel plushies, both of their hands on either side of them, their hands are all magnetized, so you can pretty much like switch them out like whatever position you want, whether you want them holding hands like left to right or right to left. It's you could pretty much mix and match it. Plus the accessories are also magnetized, because if you notice, you can kind of see Max's camera that she has in her hand in the corner. You could actually take that camera off her hand, and you could put it on her other hand if you want to. And theoretically, technically, you could probably take it and give it to like Rachel or Chloe or something too. But yeah, you could actually do that. But it leads me to my point of Alex here, because Alex here, this hand that I'm squeezing has a magnet in it. So if Alex here has a magnet in her hand, who do you think is going to be made next to go along with giving Alex a purpose to having this hand have a magnet in it? So very clearly, the next character that they're going to make is going to be a Steph plushie. So that is definitely going to be added to the collection immediately at the first available opportunity that I get. And for all I know, and for a little insider thing, for a little insider baseball type of thing, when Steph gets a plushie made, for all I know, you said Try says that they have to give the Steph plushie a Critical Role shirt. Unfortunately, Try, I don't think she's gonna have a Critical Role shirt, because they would have to pay additional licensing fees for that. So I highly doubt that she's gonna have that shirt. So that is going to be an unfortunate thing, that she won't be able to have that. But yeah, she's going to because she might, for all I know, they might make Steph temporarily a okay, so Try continues to say it could happen. Critical Role was in the Wavelength DLC, and they love the franchise, so never say never. I'm not saying it's impossible that it could happen. I'm just saying that it is up to it's up to the whoever's handling like the licensing and stuff, if they even want to pay that extra money for that license to do it. So, but for me, either way, as long as I get the Steph plushie, I don't really care necessarily what Steph is wearing, as long as it's recognizable and you know who the character is immediately. But as long as we get a Steph plushie anyway, that's pretty much what matters to me. So as long as we get it, that's what I want. But but let me finish my thought that I'm trying to get out because I keep getting I keep getting sidetracked here. But the point I was trying to make is, for all I know, when they make the Steph plushie, they could have Steph be a convention exclusive plushie for a while. At the very least, maybe a year. Because a little little known fact is Rachel here. Rachel here, she was a convention exclusive plushie for almost a year before she was actually put on their website to be purchased by everybody else. Because the only reason I was able to get this Steph plushie was because I went to New York Comic Con in for 2024. That's the only reason I got her, because she was only, if you went to the conventions that they went to, that's the only way you were gonna buy her. Because she didn't get put on their website to be bought until I want to say maybe around early springtime of this year of 2025. So it took her a while to be available for everybody else to buy. So unless you were like a convention like regular or something, or just so happened to be at one of the conventions that they were at, that was the only way you were buying Rachel. Luckily for Alex, they didn't do that. Alex was immediately on their website and available for pre-orders and stuff. I believe she was late. I think like late spring. I think like late spring, early. I think like excuse me. Early summer, I think, is when Alex was put up for pre-order and stuff for everybody. So hopefully they do the same thing for Steph when Steph comes out. Excuse me. Uh-oh. I am going to hold. Hold on. Hold on real quick. I gotta get a refill. I gotta get a refill on my drink here. I'll be right back. Alrighty, the guru's back. Ooh. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. All right. Let's see. Was this scene muted? Let me see. Let's see if this scene got muted. Because this is one of my favorite scenes from
And is still a pretty
from Double Exposure.
topic.
Is Max's is the reference, the blatant reference to Max's iconic hall walking moment from the original game when Max has her headphones in and all you're hearing is Sid Mathers is to all of you as Max is walking down the hall. And we're pretty much repeating that here with Max putting in her headphones and is about to listen to a song here while she's supposed to be going back home, like taking a walk back home. Let's see, does the music play or was it muted? Oh no, the music actually did play. Okay. Oh, temporarily it did. Oh, okay, so yeah, they clearly. Yep, yeah, that definitely got muted. But in any case, it's a really good moment. Um, it's also kind of like a moment of calm because uh, before you start walking, you can do what I'm doing, and that's just like uh, like enjoying the music and stuff before you start moving. But you can actually, start walking, and as you're walking around, the music will still play in the background as you're walking, just like with the hallway scene. Uh, Besides not being in a hallway, the biggest difference is there's no people that you can like uh, try to interact with, even though technically you couldn't. And yet again, I'm over here texting back people, but you still can't text Chloe back though, right? But whatever. Um, but in any case, you because in the original game you can't really interact with people really. It's just Max seeing people and then her like commenting on the people that you're looking at, like giving them a brief like introduction of who this character is, kind of a little bit about what their deal is according to Max and stuff like that. So yeah. Hey Max, uh, do not ask questions, Max, that are never actually answered within the game itself. Because the whole mystery of these photographs and Max's question here where she's like, "Huh, who took this photo?" Which when you collect certain other photos of these of different things like this, Max does comment on the photos and questioning them, and with some of them like being weird and whatnot, and her questioning like who's taking these, like when is this being taken, where is this even being taken, in what timeline, and things like that. So none of that is really explained. Well, I can't say really explained, like it's not explained at all. So it's like, who's even leaving these photographs? But yeah, sadly, it's one of those questions that is never. It's like a weird dangling plot line that is never brought up. It is brought up, but it's nothing that's ever resolved. Sadly. So, and we're gonna get another flashback, audio flashback sequence in a few seconds here.
is having familiar headaches.
This is not a test. The emergency broadcast system is now in effect.
I caused this. I caused all of this.
So yeah. So now that we're actively getting the big headaches and migraines and passing out, and then now the nosebleeds are starting again, clearly something bad is happening. And Max feels that it has to do with Safi. How exactly she feels that it's connected to Safi, don't really know. That part is also never explained. Like, how does Max necessarily have a feeling that her headaches and stuff and her passing out things and nosebleeds happening again? How exactly is that related to Safi? I don't know how Max kind of pulled that explanation out of her ass. Maybe she read ahead in the script, I guess. But yeah, they don't explain that, like, at all. Max, for whatever reason, has a feeling that it has to do with Safi. She's not wrong, but the fact that that's her first and only guess is kind of amazing how she can even figure that out. But yeah, so in any case, somebody shot Safi, and she's dead. So that's not great. And then Moses, who saw Max get up from being passed out and run off, clearly chased after Max. So that's pretty much why Moses is conveniently here. So he didn't just poof in, like, they actually did set up, like, why Moses would be here also. So that's not a convenience thing. That's actually a setup thing. But I do love this title sequence. This title reveal. Because they haven't had the big moment where the title of the game flashes on screen yet. Was this part muted or not? Oh no, it wasn't muted. Okay. I thought it was muted. Because you get the nice panning shot here. And then it moves up to the sky. And then you get the meteor shower, the meteor coming down. That's a really good opening shot. Well, title drop.
Don't say that. I won't trade you. No matter what you choose, I know you'll make the right decision. I'll always be with you. Forever.
Hopefully also you can kind of see with those line choices and stuff that they're using, why pretty much like half of the fan base pretty much was very pissed off. Especially when you're using specific lines from the original game that were entirely purposely put there to explicitly mean certain things, and then when you're using those lines and pretty much disregarding what they were supposed to mean and just throwing it to the side. So yet again, it's perfect examples that you can literally point to and be like, here are reasons why a lot of people were mad. Because these lines are not, they're not just voice lines. They're not just voice lines. They have context to them and meaning to those lines. So unless you are being very careful to respect the context of those lines and the meaning behind those lines, then it's going to be very hard for you to take those lines and try to put them into something else and try to change them. Well, not change the line, because the line is exactly the same, but try to change their context and change their meaning. Like, a lot of people are not going to take very kindly to that type of thing. Because yet again, you're using lines that are specifically stating, like, Chloe and Max being together. No matter what, we're gonna stick together. No matter what, I'll be with you. We'll be together. This and that. No matter what choice you make at the end of the game, I know that you're going to make the right decision. It's not like you forgot that Chloe says that, because you literally took that line and put it in your game. Which is going to be a problem in one of the next scenes that's about to happen. Because this wishy-washy issue, this wishy-washiness is it's one of my biggest problems. Is you're using lines from the original that mean something, and you're using it, and you're just doing, and you literally did something else, and it kind of comes across to a good amount of fans, and I don't blame them for feeling this way, because a lot of what they do here, you can interpret it like that. Whether Deck 9 meant for it to be interpreted this way or not, isn't really the point. But you should have kind of really thought about how certain fans are going to interpret some of the things that you're doing here. And what a lot of these flashback moments come off as to a good amount of fans is okay, you chose to save Chloe. So since you saved Chloe, you're a bad person. The all the sacrifices that you went through to keep her alive means absolutely nothing because you're still not friends. If you're in a relationship with Chloe, then that's entirely over. And the reasons that we give for those are very weak and contradict a lot of the things that are said and a lot of the actions that are taken in the original game. So you're contradicting a lot of stuff from the original game to begin with. So these flashback lines come off to a lot of fans as Deck 9 rubbing your nose in the entire breakup situation, whether it's a relationship or whether it's them being friends. It's Deck 9 rubbing your nose in it. Like you're a bad dog and you did something bad, so we're going to rub your nose in it. That's what a lot of people feel like they're being treated with this. And I can see why. It's very easy to see why. And for any of the Don't Nod developers that either they can't see it, couldn't see it, or they just refuse to even acknowledge it, is a real shame that it wasn't very clear to them that a lot of this stuff was gonna come off in a lot of negative ways. And probably and in some cases taken in probably some negative ways that they probably didn't even intend for it to be taken in certain negative aspects. But yet again, like, you know, sometimes, like, yet again, art is very subjective, but at the same time, in the context of this game, you do have certain reasonable expectations where you can kind of take very good educated guesses on how certain things are going to be perceived and taken. So that is definitely a big fumble on that end. um, and to add a positive, something positive, I do like that the picture of Safi that you can take on the roof of the observatory. The picture that you can take of Safi. However that picture turns out, is the same picture that could show up here, which is pretty cool. Um, to anyone who didn't take a picture of Safi on the roof, excuse me, I'm curious, which picture of Safi would be used in this scene. I'm pretty curious as to what picture would be used. Because I usually always take a picture of Safi, so I always get one of the custom pictures in this scene. So so I would be curious to know what picture the game would give you if you don't take a picture. So we put her picture on the board, and Max is missing a picture. And a little bit of an aside. Max looks very adorable in in the pajamas that she's wearing in this scene. I always found her her pajamas in this scene to be really to be pretty cute. I find it very adorable for her. Especially considering that Max is supposed to be like is supposed to be like almost 30 years old within the game. So it's kind of funny that her pajamas make her look like she's like pretty much still a teenager. But I'm pretty sure that was pretty intentional. And what picture is she looking for? Here it is.
Which is crazy.
Damn, Chloe. I thought I lost you. Again. Amazeballs. I literally just got chills all over my neck. You have powers. You can rewind time, Max. That's fucking insane.
And yet again, another flashback moment. I like how there's a dog. I like how she has a picture of a dog that was named Chloe. That's actually pretty sweet. And then you get Max's narration for the for the Max and Chloe Life is Strange 2 inspired photo.
We had a huge blow up not long after we took this. I'm glad to only remember the photo and not the fight.
And then we got my very big sigh again. How big did I sigh for this? Was it a big one? Oh, yep, kind of. But yeah, yet again, it's very easy to tell, which I've demonstrated a couple of times before already, of how Life is Strange 2 inspired that this photo is supposed to be. Which sadly, unfortunately, they did not entirely, for whatever reason, get the fact that Chloe's hair is supposed to be all green by this point. So yeah, kind of a bit of a thing. But then again, we wouldn't have the blue-haired girl memes if Safi kept referring to Chloe as the green-haired girl. But then again, that's one of the limitations that Deck Nine put on themselves with the decision of trying to please both of the fan bases. Because to make the story fit with the photo, because in that scene, if Chloe is dead, then you have an old Polaroid photo of Life is Strange, of the original Life is Strange Chloe, pretty much sticking up her middle finger at the camera. And obviously she has the blue hair because the time frame of the photo is like the original Life is Strange 1. So instead of re-recording Safi's voice lines to say green-haired girl, excuse me, instead of blue-haired girl, to save time and resources, they just had both versions have Chloe with blue hair in it, so that way they don't have to. That way they don't have to have Safi say green or blue. So it is unfortunate though, because it would have been more. It would have came off more that they were attempting to put in a lot more of an effort, which is one of the problems that fans have, is that for all the talk of respecting both endings and stuff, it didn't really feel like you really took the time to actually respect both endings. So little things like having Safi say green or blue hair, could have gone a long way into at least like putting up the putting forward, at least showing that you were at least putting in the effort to try. So, but in any case, we have Amanda that is making a surprise visit here to deliver some food to Max. So now Max has to scramble, and you have to clean up the place, pretty much. Which for me means exploring Max's house. And just farting around for a while. Hey, what's with the buffering, YouTube? Come on. There you go. Come on. Oh boy, YouTube. Don't tell me you're crashing out on me now. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Yep. Definitely seems like YouTube is just like crashing out over here. Oh, okay. Okay, well, it seems like it's trying to load in a little bit. But in any event, let's see if it kind of clears up on its own. But either way, um, you have to clean up this box of Max's Arcadia Bay Memories box, which has a couple of Arcadia Bay references in it. Um, like Max's like pirate outfit, and the big one, if you went with Chloe being alive and the breakup, is is Chloe's uh is Chloe's breakup letter. Uh, could be worse. Could have an audio delay 4 hours into a 7 hour stream. I'm still embarrassed and upset about that. Hey, it happens. It happens to everybody. Some of my to be fair, some of my early videos, especially my gameplay videos when I'm playing games, like I'm always like as I'm playing, like I'm always like fiddling around with some of the like audio and like audio delay stuff. Because usually no matter because it usually always kind of feels like to me that no matter what I do, it usually always seems like the audio is usually still always off no matter what. Which is kind of weird because when I'm doing it, um, it it kind of feels off, but as I'm sitting here like using the videos as using my videos as reference and that I'm like scrolling through it and stuff like that, it seems like the audio is is like okay for the most part. So I don't know. It for me it could always be like a in the moment thing, but it's not that I'm a perfectionist. It's just that when I'm it's just that sometimes when I'm looking at it and I'm hearing it, it just seems off to me sometimes. So so I definitely know that I definitely know that feeling of like audio and stuff. Oh, you haven't even checked the VODs from last night because you're still. Because you're still pretty touchy over it. That's fair. I definitely can understand that. But in any case, we also got a newspaper article for the Arcadia Bay Storm that Max keeps. But in any case, I'm going to read. I'm going to read Chloe's breakup letter here, and I don't know. After after I finish reading this, you tell me. Considering all the information and everything that we have from about Chloe in Life is Strange 1, does any of this, would any of this feel like this is supposed to be anywhere close uh, to that version of Chloe? So here we go. Chloe writes, "Hey Max, I started writing this in St. Louis, hence the big fucking arch on the postcard. But I'm sending it from Tennessee because it took me that long to figure out what I wanted to say. When we were teens, I thought being able to rewind time was the coolest shit in the world. And I guess it was for a while. The problem is the more often you go back in time, the less often you're looking forward. I wanted to look forward, to move forward with you, Max, into a future we couldn't predict, and all the messiness that brings. Eventually, I knew, as much as it hurt, that you would never be able to do that. Not with me, at least. I love you, Max. That will always be true. I hope you find someone you no longer feel the need to rewind for and can look forward unafraid. Love, Chloe." Okay. For me, there is a lot wrong with how that letter is written. Excuse me. A lot wrong. For one, excuse me. For one, Chloe's statement of her finding Max's rewind powers as being like the coolest thing in the world, right? Um, did no one go back and check that the only time Chloe was really ecstatic about Max's powers of rewinding was when she initially revealed, when Max told her about her powers. She tells her about her powers at the end of the first episode, but it's towards the beginning of the second episode when you're in the diner with Chloe, and Chloe wants you to prove to her that you can rewind time. During those tests that Chloe kind of gives you, during some tests that Chloe gives you, and then some tests that Max Max gives herself and tells Chloe that this is what I'm gonna do, type of thing. Once that is all said and done, especially after the gun incident where you do the test with the gun, especially after all that, and then the incident with Frank and everything, once all that is resolved and Max has her before the Frank thing, but when Max has her passing out and bloody nose moment in the junkyard, it's pretty clear that Chloe immediately takes Max's powers pretty seriously at that point, because she already sees firsthand that, okay, we were messing around with your time powers, and it seems like, abusing it is going to negatively impact you, because it's going to give you a bloody nose and you're going to pass out. So Chloe's honeymoon period of being amazed at Max's powers and thinking that it's the coolest thing in the world and wanting to do stuff with them, with Max and all that stuff, pretty much gets addressed and taken care of pretty quickly. So the aspect here of making it seem like Chloe was all hyper, really hyped up on the powers and wanting Max to use them and whatnot for the whole game seems pretty odd. I don't that's already an issue. And where is it here? And the whole idea of Chloe being of Chloe having the feeling of Max always looking back, not looking forward, not trying to live in the past and stuff like that is also pretty asinine because one, uh, can anyone explain to me one of the big character development moments that Max goes through the entire original Life is Strange? It's the fact of Max moving forward, not not uh, well, obviously learning not to abuse the power because it has consequences and stuff like that. And being able to move forward, which is an ironic statement here because this letter, this breakup letter, you get because you made the active decision of Max not using the photo to go back in time and let Chloe die. So Max ripping the photo and not going into the past kind of sounds like Max is making an active commitment of moving forward, doesn't it? So I don't know where the fuck are they getting this thing that Max has this issue of not moving forward. Like you already made the active commitment of moving forward and living with your consequences because you chose to rip up the photo and not go back. So how is Max not moving forward? Like somebody please tell me. And then that's outside the fact that you have a journal entry. Well, not a journal entry. You have a text message. You have text messages from Chloe. If you read them, there is a text messages in there that suggests, that is a very strong suggestion that Max was actively trying to that Max was telling Chloe that she wants them to settle down and live together. Which in the text messages, Chloe does call her out on and pretty much tells her, like, are you suggesting that we live together? That we settle down and live together? So, yet again, in that text message, does that sound like Max has issues with moving forward? So I can't be the only one that's seeing that there is conflicting information within the game itself where they can't even figure out what Max's character traits are supposed to be. Like, is she supposed to be living in the past or not? Is she supposed to be afraid of moving forward or not? Like what? Where are we going? And then this is also not taking into account that she's actively moving forward with her photography career, because if she was living in the past, then why didn't she leave photography aside? Because it would have reminded her too much of the whole Jefferson issue. But yet again, Max doesn't want to move forward, apparently. So I don't. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's a me thing. I don't know. But there's examples right here in the game that I'm pointing out and I'm stating. So you tell me, because it really comes off as conflicting ideas. Like it does come off as somebody wrote this letter for Chloe. It comes off as somebody wrote this, and then somebody else wrote the text message exchange between Chloe and Max. Because those two things do not match up. They are not consistent. They are not consistent with each other. So I don't know what the fuck is going on. Oh yeah. And then we have this very, very stupid contradiction also, which is this right here. Because once you put all the stuff in the box, you find that a picture of Joyce fell out of the box. If you choose to examine the photo of Joyce instead of immediately picking it up, you get this very stupid contradicting line that Max says. Let's see if you could point out why this line is extremely stupid.
Oh, Joyce. We lost you in a storm. Chloe never really looked at me the same after she found out.
So can anyone tell me why that line is extremely stupid and contradicting? Because it is stupid and contradicting because Chloe already knew that Joyce was going to die in the storm at the very end of the original game. Chloe even says it in her monologue to you, in her monologue to Max, before she makes the before you have to make the final decision of whether you're going to uh, go back into the photo or you're gonna let the town get destroyed. Because Chloe blatantly states that her mother uh, deserves better than to die being stuck in a diner. So by the end of the game, Chloe has already accepted the fact that Joyce is going to die. If if Max chooses to uh, let the storm, destroy the town. So Chloe already knows this by the end of the game. So Chloe has already accepted this. So why? So why would Chloe need to find out that Joyce is dead? And why would she need to not look at Max the same after she finds out that Joyce is dead when Chloe has already left the choice up to Max, because Max is the only one that can make this choice and do it anyway. And they reused the same line from the end of the monologue from the original game, where Chloe said, "No matter what you choose, I know you'll make the right decision." And then they used the Chloe's final line that she says, once you choose to let the tornado destroy the town, they used the same line of Chloe saying, "I'll always be with you." To Max, as both of them are standing at the lighthouse watching the tornado destroy the town. Well, at least Chloe is watching the tornado destroy the town. Max kind of watches the tornado for a little bit, and then she decides to turn away and not continue to watch the tornado destroy the town. But Chloe watches the whole thing from beginning to end. So, yet again, Chloe immediately accepted all of the consequences that were going to happen. She was the only one that was going to face all of those consequences, because she symbolically they were telling you that by having Chloe be the one to watch the tornado destroy the town the whole time. The only one that does that. So why the fuck are you having her? Why are you mischaracterizing her as being oblivious to the fact that her mother was going to die in the storm? Like, yet again, it would be one thing if Chloe never mentions it. But she blatantly mentions it in the game at the very end. So there's a lot of because there's a lot of idiocy going on or a lot of willful ignorance going on. Because yet again, there's a lot of things in the game where it seems like some people on the development team were paying attention, and then other people on the development team seems to don't even know like what actually happened in the original game. So there is a fuck ton of misinterpretations going on, a lot of mixed messaging, a lot of conflicting information and characterization that is blatantly going on. Which is also another reason why I have a bunch of these characters, a bunch of the same characters being separated into the different versions, whether it's different video game versions or whether it's like the comics versions or stuff like that. Because of situations like this, where the characters feel so inconsistent, or they feel very, very different from one another, that some of them come off as completely different characters at points. So, yeah. So in any event, we put this photo, picked the photo up, and you can also take the photo to the photo wall upstairs and actually put it up on the wall also. But you can only do that if you don't immediately go to answer the door for Amanda. Because once you open the door for Amanda, you can't, your exploration of the apartment section, all that is done when you open the door for Amanda. You're immediately locked into all of this dialogue that you're having with Amanda and everything. And then once this is over, you're going to be sent back to, to go to the university. And just for you, Try, I'm going to depending on, hopefully I don't talk over it, but I'll let this particular line from this Max and Amanda interaction play, and and knowing you try, I think you can pretty much guess what's the line I'm referring to here. It is a funny line though.
Feeling better. I could eat you under the table. Wowzers. Shit. That came out wrong. My thoughts have been kind of.
It's cool. I'll never be able to drink you under the table the same way again.
Yet another, definitely yet another example uh, of Max not really having any game, and literally just threw out a pickup line without her like ever meaning for that to come off that way. so yeah, that's definitely a fun one. I do love that line. That's actually pretty funny. Hey, I knew Try that you would appreciate that. You would appreciate that line. It's also probably the closest that that any. Oh no, Before the Storm definitely has a couple. But it is one of the closest that Life is Strange comes to when it comes to like dirty jokes. So it is one of the closer dirty jokes that that Life is Strange does have. So it's definitely one of those lines that does stick out. So now this conversation with Yasmin over Max asking her uh, about her daughter's death, and Max asking her like how you're holding up, how you're dealing with it and stuff. How they framed this part of this phone call is not really subtle at all. It's pretty in your face what they're doing, but it's like you're not necessarily wrong, but definitely not the most subtle way that you could have showed that.
Have you ever dealt with loss like this?
Uh, as far as this timeline goes, no, not really.
Uh, yeah, yeah. Have you ever dealt with loss like this, and then we're immediately just gonna cut to the Chloe photo, aren't we? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Who do we have here? But in any case, So we got so yet again, not a very subtle way of going of saying if Max ever dealt with any like loss of somebody dying, but yeah. uh but in any case, after the conversation, Yasmin wants Max to meet her at her office, so you have to go to the school. Amanda very nicely, is like, hey, I'll walk you at least some of the way because I have to go to work uh, since she's a bartender at the Snapping Turtle, which I will say is another like missed opportunity. Really, is they don't really clarify with Amanda of, does she just work at the bar or does she like own the bar? Because she's literally the only person that you ever see working at the bar. So it's it would have been nice to have some clarification on that. Because at the very least, at least when Joyce was working at the diner, at the very least you had you were seeing that there were other like waitresses around. But as far as Amanda goes, it's like you're like the only one at this bar. Does anyone else work here? It's like at this point, does Amanda make all the bar food? So in any case, we fart around. And then we get to Yasmin's office. And this is where we meet. Where is he? We meet Vin for the first time, which is our second love interest that we could have in the game. Which wouldn't be that big of a problem, except Vin is extremely, for lack of a better term, comes off as extremely horny all the time. Because aside from this, like, first interaction, that Vin has with Max, he is very aggressively, I guess you could kind of say flirtatious, but most of the time it comes off as very sexual harassment-y. So, yeah, Vin isn't the best, like, romance option. Not just in this game. He's pretty much the worst male romance option in any of these games, pretty much. let's just say, as far as Deck 9 goes, since this is a Deck 9 game, Vin is a very, very, very big step down. Excuse me. A very big step down from Ryan in True Colors. And keep in mind, True Colors was the Life is Strange game that came out right before Double Exposure. So to go from having Vin, so hold on, let me rephrase. To go from having Ryan as a male love interest to Vin in the next game is a really big miss. So, but in any case, so after we help out Vin, like, get Vin's package, since Vin is too lazy to fucking get off his ass and go to the mail room that's down the hall and pick up his package. And then now we're here helping out Gwen, who's pretty much trying to get this book that's in that's in this locked cabinet. So we have to find something to help her. We help her. We get the book for her, which makes Gwen look pretty suspicious. And then Moses is coming out of Yasmin's office. Which I guess Yasmin is pretty much having a meeting with, like, well, individually with Safi's closest friends, pretty much. So obviously Moses was going to be first. because Moses is Safi's best friend, so obviously it was going to be first. So after having this conversation with Yasmin, which pretty much amounts to, do you think Safi killed herself or not? Which, oh, okay, I was looking at Yasmin her screensaver and I think it's a picture of Yasmin and Safi. I believe it is. Because Safi looks like she might be holding up like a award. Oh, okay, it's a screensaver of this same picture. Okay. But in any event, uh, you pick a Safi photo that you like, even though it doesn't really matter. So it's kind of weird that you're even doing that. And then we got a suspicious phone call from, excuse me, from uh with Gwen here of who she's on the phone with. I'll probably talk about who I think Gwen was probably on the phone with later. But we meet Loretta here, who is a wannabe reporter who has a podcast. And we could choose whether to like answer her questions or call her bluff. Which answering her questions is actually one of the more nicer options to do. And it also helps you with your standing with Gwen. So it definitely helps keeps your positive Gwen status. So in any event, we have that talk, and then we fart around for a little bit. And then we meet up with Moses, have our little heart-to-heart talk, which is pretty nice. And then we meet Lucas Colmenero for the first time, where he's trying to do this I guess like eulogy sermon of some kind for Safi's death and whatnot, which isn't great because from what Moses said, Safi and him really like hated each other. So having somebody that you really didn't like try to make it seem like you guys were like buddy buddies once you're dead is pretty disrespectful. I definitely will say that. and and yes, try Vin is definitely ill. Vin is 100% ill. Yet again, if Vin wasn't so much a so much a a horny like a horny guy with all the sexual harassment stuff, he would definitely be a lot better, but you know. But as far as Lucas goes, this scene is also a pretty good showing of how full of himself Lucas is, and how good he is at trying to gaslight people. Because that's definitely not going to come into play later. um, actually, let's see. It's not this scene, is it? It might be the next episode. Because I'm trying to figure out if I missed one of the flashback moments. Because I know there is one by the little coffee shop where the main exhibit area is. So, and this is where Max gets her new powers for this game, which is her her being able to see and go to two different timelines, which is this current timeline where Safi is dead, and then as we'll discover here, right now she's seeing into another timeline where Safi is still alive. Because you see Safi here, this yellow version of Safi that Max is seeing. And then Max is trying to call to Safi, trying to get her to hear her, but she can't hear her because she's in another timeline. So Max ends up focusing really, really hard and is able to open, well, I say open, but technically she pretty much rips a hole into the Safi being alive timeline. So now we got uh, her powers. Um, also, um, here's a good example of how much of the fan base Deck Nine pissed off. Because I don't know if you could tell. I don't know if the screen is clear enough, but it says 51% of people had Chloe live. and 49% said Chloe died. So, yet again, if you want any numerical evidence to show to show pissing off like half of your entire fan base, there you go. The numbers pretty much tell you that right here. and then obviously Triune, just for you. Obviously 74% of people went with trying to start a date with Amanda. So that's pretty obvious on that end. So that is not surprising in the least. Oh, and then for another example of uh how much the fan base interprets and then went with the Max and Chloe being in a relationship goes. 35% went with Max and Chloe were just friends. And then 65% of people went with Max and Chloe were sweethearts. So even some of the fan base excuse me. So even some of the fan base that goes with Chloe dying, a good chunk of that fan base still goes with Max and Chloe being in a relationship. So yeah. Even the numbers within their own game pretty much tells you where people were and where people are on those sides of the fence there. So yet again, it's not like they didn't have the numbers. It's not like they didn't have the numbers to show all this. But in any event, we move on to episode 2. And right at the beginning, we're at the bar with Safi and her mother. And pretty much this episode was kind of light because most of this episode is pretty much a tutorial teaching you like how Max's like new powers work. Which which speaking of Max's excuse me. Speaking of Max's new powers, the whole uh the whole going between two different timelines thing. The fact that Max has a new power to begin with, yet again, is a plot point from the comic books. Yet again, they're really earning that story credit, aren't they? Since Deck Nine is, using those plot points from the comic books. um, I do see that because some people feel that Max's Max's powers that she gets in this game is not a real evolution of her original time rewind powers, which to be fair, isn't really. because uh, because the only connection that they both have is both of them have time in the name, but functionally, how they work is really excuse me, is really different because with the timelines, all Max is doing is jumping from one timeline to the other, but each of the timelines are running parallel to each other. So the same amount of time is happening in both timelines. So that doesn't change in any way. So it's not really an evolution of her of her oh, excuse me, of her time travel powers. Cause an evolution of her time travel powers would technically be something like if she can like fast forward time, like if she could like speed up time or something, then that would be more of a evolution, like a very clear evolution of her powers would be something like that. Even though in the original game, technically she could move time forward because because as far as the gameplay goes, in the original game, if you have a conversation and then find out new information, or you want to try a different option, uh, you can rewind the conversation, right? But at the same time, when you're done rewinding to where you want to go, uh, you can fast forward uh, to where you make those like the different choices. So so as far as the gameplay goes, uh, technically, Max can go backwards in time and forwards in time, technically. But within the context of the story of the game, uh, Max can only go backwards in time. It's one of those things where it's a gameplay aspect that that doesn't that doesn't really get addressed within like the context of the game. So it's one of those things that's just a gameplay convenience and it isn't supposed to be taken like seriously as a aspect of Max's powers. But if this game took that idea and actually made it like an added aspect of Max's powers, then that would be something else. But obviously, the game doesn't do that. It just does the two timeline thing, and it's only two timelines. So Max's power is very narrow, only to these two specific timelines. So she can't just jump into like another like third timeline or something. That's not how it works. But yeah, um, but within the comic books, uh, Max's uh, new power that she gets in the comic books uh, is 100% a evolution of her rewind powers. So definitely different. Oh look, we got the what was this? Hey, try. We got the Tony conversation.
No, Tony, I love it. I do. It's as thoughtful as ever. No, no buts. Only, I know you. If you send me a gift, it means you won't be coming this year either. Krampus isn't unsettling, it's fun. But honestly, I wanted you to finally meet Safi and Max. You love them. Right. Next year for sure. And thank you again for the gift, Tony. I'll be back, babe.
Okay.
Yeah, so there we had Moses's oh, yeah, try. Go ahead. Have a good have a good sleep, man. Don't don't try not to work yourself too hard, man. Yeah, yeah, I will. Thank you, try. I'll catch you next time, man. Have a great sleep, man. But excuse me. Where was I going with that thought? Oh, I completely forgot where I was gonna go with that thought. eh, if it comes back to me, I'll go with it if it comes back to me. Anywho, well, yeah, we have the sad pirate, and then we have the happy pirate in the other world. Because now we could jump between both worlds, but that's only in certain that's only in certain uh in certain excuse me areas, because you have to be in different you have to be in certain points, like as far as um because as far as the bar here goes, it's at the bathrooms, which is a weird spot. Because it's like a bunch of people are going to see you pop in and out of existence. So kind of weird. Uh, hold that thought real quick. I need to go use the bathroom. I'm back. Okay. So in any event, Safi shows you that somebody threw a cow skull through her car front car window, and then now she got well, Max figures out that there's like writing written on the cow skull, so now you got to figure that out. So you got to do a little investigating going on. Um, I think. Well, either way, you find out that the cow skull has Lucas's name written on it. So obviously that makes Max a little suspicious. So now she's like, okay, now I need to go have a talk with Lucas and see what he might know. Is this muted or not?
Holy fucking shit. Just when you thought you'd seen it all.
Jeez, there you are. Thought I was gonna freeze to death.
When I woke up, Safi was gone forever. And now, I am in a whole new world of questions. What are these worlds? Timelines? Realities? Where did this new power come from? Is Robotic gone forever? Lucky for me, one question clearly takes priority. How do I protect the Safi I have left? Should I be worried? The last time I had powers, everything went to complete and utter shit.
Okay. Okay. So there was no flashback moment there. It was just a regular reflection moment. So we walk around, we find Vin, then we gotta help Vin find his cell phone. He thinks Diamond has it, she doesn't have it, so we tell him that. So Vin goes off to handle that. Gwen is getting kicked out of the school. Because apparently she did something and she's under investigation for something. So you're overhearing that. So something weird is happening. You get into Gwen's. Also, there's a nice little picture of Gwen and her wife. So that's nice. We do hear what her wife sounds like later, because we go overhear some voice messages from her, which those messages are not really plot relevant. It's more concerned about what's going on with Gwen, pretty much. So nothing really big. But you find out some information from in Gwen's office, which turns out that that Gwen got Safi's book canceled. So Max is pretty much, she finds that email, she prints out a copy of the email as evidence and takes it, and then there's a lot of going back and forth between the dead and living timelines. So now we come across Lucas. So now we got to get some information from Lucas now. So now we have to find. Lucas has this locked suitcase that he has some information in. Potentially important information that maybe we can use. So we have to steal the briefcase key from one Lucas and go in the other timeline and use the key on living Lucas's briefcase to go in living world Lucas and try to find out some stuff. So here we're trying to figure out. From here you have to figure out how to get him to leave the table, so that way you can snatch the key. And pretty much what we do here is take a marker and we pretty much tag the standee, because since Lucas is so egotistical, he's going to pay attention to trying to clean the standee or something. So either way, he's not going to be at the table, so you'll get the opportunity to steal the key. And then now you go back to the living world. And since this Lucas is distracted by a phone call that he had, you can open the briefcase. Which, mind you, as you can see, the briefcase is open, and it says unlock briefcase even though the briefcase is open. So, mind you, sometimes you could get glitches like this, where the briefcase is clearly open, but the prompt is still telling you to like unlock it. So, but don't worry though, because when you go into a cutscene, see the cutscene, uh, the suitcase is magically like closed again. So, kind of weird. But the main important things that you find in the briefcase is the fact that Lucas has a gun. Uh, he was at like a firing range practicing with the gun, and where like trying to figure out the timestamps of where Lucas was when the cow skull was thrown through the windshield, the front windshield. So, uh, and a restraining order for Safi, which Max takes a picture of, which is when Lucas conveniently comes back to the table and says that he could explain the restraining order, which he pretty much says uh, that his son believes that Lucas said some really bad stuff to him and things like that, and it pissed off like uh, his Lucas's son's mother and stuff, like his ex-wife, like pissed her off and stuff like that. So there's some problems there, and Lucas believes that Safi was the one that did it and stuff like that. So he's trying to get a restraining order against her for that and like things like that. So he's pretty much asking you to either send the photo to not send the photo and let him get information against Safi and whatnot to prove to even prove that he could even get the restraining order in the first place. So in any event, we finished all that, and then what do we have to do next? We meet up with Vin, who found his phone, and he's having trouble getting into the phone because he says he forgot his password. So now you need to help him remember what his password is. So obviously you're going to go to the other world, the other timeline, and talk to the Vin in that world and figure out the password from there. So in any case, you can find out Vin here can give you hints about what the password is, and then you can figure it out. And then once you get, plus I love how the Wheel of Fortune tarot card has a blue butterfly on it. Interesting. And there's an owl on the top of the card. which is pretty much the uh, where the big chain of events started, because it was Max's photo that she took of the owl, which triggered her second headache and triggered her to pass out and then wake up and the whole Safi thing happened. But either way, we figure out the thing, and then we get into Vin's phone, and the big thing that we find is this picture that proves that Vin and Safi were in a relationship at some point. So there's that. So that adds like another layer to the mystery of what's going on. And then we run into Reggie here, who's having a panic attack, saying that he saw a version of him, another version of himself, down by the Overlook area, which is the same Overlook area where Safi was shot. So now you have to go up there and investigate. And in one of the timelines, because you have to jump around to investigate, and in one of them you find Gwen here, and she pretty much tells you that she's being accused of selling drugs to students, and that's why she was getting kicked out. And she has a USB here of the security footage that they're using as evidence. And Gwen says that the footage blatantly shows that somebody who looks exactly like her giving drugs to students. But Gwen knows that wasn't her. So how is somebody in the security footage that looks like her doing that when she knows that she wasn't the one that did it? So in any case, she's gonna burn the thing, because she finds the situation is hopeless. So she's like, why even bother fighting this? The footage is kind of damning, so it's like, why should I even bother? So she decides to burn it. But for this playthrough, we decide to save the footage because we're kept trying to gather as much evidence as we can. And plus, even though Gwen is pissed off at us now, it does help improve our relationship with Gwen in the long run anyway. So now that we got that all out the way, I believe here we have a secret flashback moment here, I believe.
I get why Gwen would come up here. It's amazing how peaceful this place feels.
Your power is changing everything.
Jesus.
Especially you.
Something bad is happening here. Even after everything I saw,
Oh, Jesus
I
Christ.
can't
Every
explain
single
anything.
time
Something
they...
strange is happening. with
one
100
of
doors.
the.
And
Because now in some of these hidden little reflection moments, they throw in a Chloe line within Max's like monologue. So so that gets a little random at certain points. So now here we go. So we reveal where Safi's body was, and then now there's a bunch of flowers there, and then Max is getting like slight headaches and stuff on what's going on here. Also, a big thing to point out is none of this is really explained. None of this is like explained on why are there flowers there that are in the shape of Safi's body, and the fact that Loretta can see that. So it's like, okay, it's not just a thing that Max can see. But yeah, none of that is really explained. It's like a weird supernatural thing that's not really explained like at all, which is so weird. Um, but yeah, in any case, Loretta can kind of help you out, give you some like information, like some sort of lead to go on to try to get some information. And then now Moses pretty much texts you or calls you that there's a problem that he needs help with. And it turns out that he stole Safi's camera from the crime scene, which is why this officer, Detective Olderman here, wants to, he questions Moses over it, and then now he's waiting to gain access to his like office area, so that way he can search to see where the camera is. So in any case, Max takes it upon herself to get inside and find the camera, which she ends up doing. And Living World Moses is there, so you kind of help him out a little bit. Find out some information from him on where he would theoretically hide something if he wants to hide it. So you help him with that. You figure out where his hiding spot is, but the camera isn't there. He hid it somewhere else, but within where his usual hiding spot is, he left a clue, a cryptic clue on where he hid the camera. So that's what you're trying to find out. And then you could have Living Moses kind of help you figure out the cryptic thing. But in any event, you figure it out. It has to do with like the constellation things. You have to figure it out. It points to where he needs to be, and then you find that he hid it in this vent here, which is conveniently behind, hidden behind the barrels there, which are the pieces of the telescope that you saw living Moses putting together, and the telescope that you do help him kind of like finish putting together a little bit. So now you got to figure out a way to distract Olderman, because now that he's in here, you can't move the thing without making noise, so he's gonna notice. So you got to figure out a way to distract him to give yourself time to move the thing over. And you notice there's a little Easter egg if you intentionally get caught. Max, see, she rewinds. She involuntarily rewinds. So that's pretty cool. With a tiny little nosebleed and everything. So there's that. So I pretty much did that on purpose, so that way, to show the little Easter egg. So now we get the little thing to distract Alderman. He comes up here. We could go down here, and we could go to try to move the thing. It still slightly makes noise. Alderman is like a little cautious. Meanwhile, Max is trying to figure out like how is she gonna do this, and then all of a sudden, the telescope parts here start glowing, and you see Max touches it, and then she focuses, and then now the telescope is all fixed, is all put together. And meanwhile, Alderman and Max are both like, what the fuck? And meanwhile, while Alderman is distracted with the telescope, Max snatches the camera real quick, very stealthily, and then immediately jumps back into the living world. And then you come to find out that what Max actually did was teleport an object, well, two of the same object from between the two timelines. So the telescope that was just put together switched places with the one that was in pieces. So there's that. And then now we go to Moses in the dead timeline. And then Alderman has a little interview with him. You can either accept or reject his card. If you accept his card, then Moses gets a little touchy about it. So we reject his card, so that way Moses is still cool. Alderman is gonna be a mad like asshole regardless of what you do, so it doesn't really matter whether you try to make Alderman nicer or not. Either way, it doesn't matter. So now we go to Max's house, so that way we can look at the picture. And then now once we finish farting around and stuff, we can go downstairs and meet Moses and check the footage. And what ends up being the final photo on the camera, well, Moses is rightful to immediately get up and be upset. Because the photo turns out to be Max with a gun pointed directly at Safi. So Safi is plot twist. Safi's murderer turns out to be Max. And obviously, Moses is very upset. You attempt to try to explain yourself, but, with a picture like that, Moses is understandably not in the right mindset to pretty much listen to anything you have to say, so obviously he's going to storm out. And technically, Max should be lucky that he doesn't immediately call, like, Detective Alderman on her. Okay. Here's a little bit of a debate that people have with this photo. Because slight spoiler alert, but it's we're gonna address it anyway when we get into the third episode anyway. But it turns out in this photo that there is supposed to be a tornado behind Max. But within this photo, it's kind of hard to tell that there's supposed to be a tornado behind her. So a lot of fans think that there isn't a tornado behind her, but I do believe that this is supposed to be the tornado behind her. It's very hard to make out though, because there is like a line here, there is kind of a little cloudiness here, and there's some like little like lightning flash effects here. Because the tornado, like when you actually see the tornado, it does have like these little effects going on it. These little like light patches. So I believe it is supposed to be that the tornado was behind her the whole time, but it's very hard to make out. Which obviously is going to be a perspective thing, because like when you take a photo, usually whatever in the back behind you is gonna come out a little more uh, fuzzy and less clear than uh, than than what's in front, directly in front of the camera. Which is why Max is coming out like crystal clear. To the point where if you're actually seeing the photo like in game, instead of here within a very small like a small window within a small window type of thing. But Max does have like tears running down her cheeks, so she's not very happy in this photo to begin with. So something is like happening here. But yeah. But okay. Okay, for the sake of time, what we're going to do is we're going to finish. We're gonna finish off double exposure max next time. Because we still got like what was it, 3 episodes to run through for double exposure max. So we're gonna need to like have a lot more like time, but it's already we're already past like the 5.5 hour mark, so it's gonna take us like definitely more time to finish her off. So we'll continue her next time. And then once we finish her off, then we can make a final determination on where double exposure max is going to land. So that's what we're gonna do, and we'll go from there. So so with that being said, this has been JR here signing off, and I will catch you all in the next one. Later.